Kaito. I kind of already know what I'm doing for Rift. I have like the whole team planned out already. I just need to skim some of the skills when it comes. It surely won't be too bad. Yeah, Robin. Do I have any gear I can use? Not a lot. I'm kind of grasping at straws here. Oh god. Whatever, I'll just do this for now. I should at least use my flags. There's not really anything I can kill, but... Okay, this is awful, but... Yeah, it's fine. Oh, she has like no gear at all. Where'd all her gear go? Oh god, my allergies.
퍼렌트의 영광을 위해 모든 걸 바쳐라. 과연 닿을 수 있을까? 그곳에 있는가? 공격하라.
과연 내 흥미를
Probably should have
끌 수
sealed
있을지.
Senya or something.
제법이구나. 제법이야. 미야. 그런 너에게 내리는 상이다. 내 힘을 나누어 주지. 선사할 것은 파멸뿐. 파멸의 발소리가 들리고.
살아있는 자의 냄새. 이제다. 감당해봐라.
초라한 자로군.
Do this?
상대해주지.
탐나는 육체를 가졌구나. 놓치지 마라.
Yay, we love Summoner's Rift. Oh, she's dead.
오라.
And so am I.
선사할 것은 파멸뿐.
Aw, if we crit there, it was doable.
자, 이제 시작이다.
Yeah.
내 흥미를 끌 수 있을지.
Maybe if I live to S3? Guess not.
오랜만이구나.
Unlucky. Whose stats do we take? Let's take... yours?
어디 실력 좀 볼까? 발버둥 쳐봤자야. 날 따돌릴 듯. 뭐라?
Cool.
싸워야 한다면 각오하는 게 좋아.
잘 볼게요.
Well, at least we killed that one. I'm just gonna go in for these ones, I guess. Just need to use my flags. There's a lot of Robins. This could also be Robin for Honkai Star Rail.
필요 없지.
You never know which one it might just be.
어리석은
I need to open up my dock. I already have all my Steams written out.
이토록 무섭단다.
내가 지켜줄게.
Let me grab the thing I wrote down with all of my teams on it. Three-week account? Damn nice, congrats. No problem, man. Hey, Adrian. Let's see. Okay, I got this. Let's open it. In Team Guild War? Look, man, it's rough out here. There's some units I think are really bad for Rift, but I'm forced to build them anyways because I need to like, I'm forced to build the units I think suck for Rift just because I need to test them. Like, there are a lot of units here I think are just bad for Rift.
해보자는 거지? 겁쟁이 같은 소리 쓰네. 그래봤자
I think Surin sucks. I do not think Surin's gonna be very good. And of course we got countered. And of course she lives because we got countered.
그대는 상처될 것이다.
내 너에게 귀한 점을 주지. 자, 내가 친히 하사하는
이거네.
시작해볼까?
다음 지시를 기다립니다.
Okay, so let's take a look at some units. What teams did I say I wanted to test? Oh, there's one more I need to add here to this list. Then I should also test... Oh my god, enough error messages. Just let me edit the damn thing. So... Who am I using Rates of Growth on? I guess Rates of Growth is going on Charlotte. I sure hope I have enough, fees for this, or currency. We got Charlotte. I have to build Robin, I have to build Carrot, and that's it. And I guess Cern. Okay, let's do Araminta first.
좋았어. 좋았어.
Websites for builds, unfortunately not really. The if you're using Fribbles, just be careful because Fribbles kind of just samples everybody who uses Fribbles. So a lot of the stuff on there might not necessarily be correct. This one, I just need -1 turn on it. Does it count as Mola Starve? Does it count as Catalyst Starve? So... Okay, Carrot also has one. Yeah, it's rough because, like, there's not really any good websites for it. If you're looking for one, you're probably best off just asking in the Discord whenever you can. This builds to debuff, increases combat readiness, increases chances. Okay, these are all useless. You just buy one for the stat. Then, okay, that's it. Let's gear up Charlotte real quick. Give her this. I have to build Carrot too. I mean, yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, there's no good websites, unfortunately, so it's a bit rough.
오늘따라 머리가 맑은 느낌이네요.
So we have this artifact. I mean, Etika's is just best in slot, right? It's Etika's, then if you don't have Etika's, then you use Candlestick. Okay, so Robin needs a set of gear. Robin... I should... or I guess enhance Carrot. Oh, I'm running low on catalysts. Ooh, my catalyst situation's not looking too hot. Let's gear Hazel first. For Hazel, she doesn't have, I'm just gonna give her more. Actually, I'm just not gonna give her an artifact. Because we can't get CR pushes, so there's not really any point in doing a lot of the ones that you would normally do. Let's do that. We have 3? Okay, so let's take a look at these. These two. I'm just gonna max these out. Oh, am I missing one? Oh no, it's like down there. Let's also just max these out. But I mean, I'm gonna need both of them, so... Okay, we have too much effectiveness, but who cares? Now for her artifact, what are we running? I mean, I think the Etika's candlestick thing would also work pretty well on her. Not frontlining though, but I'll leave no artifact for now. And then for here... Let's use the detonate one for now. Hello, Ed. Do I play any other gotchas? I play this in Wuthering Waves. It's just those two. Single polling? Damn, when you're single polling, you know you're desperate. Single pulls are true desperation. This is +9. I can't even see the rolls. Well, that's depressing. This testing's gonna be slightly flawed because this account is not a very good gear, huh? One more unit to gear, carrot. Also Surin. I'll do Surin last. I don't really care about Surin. I think she kind of sucks. Ooh, I do not have enough effectiveness. Why don't I do this then? Let's take Arminta's boots, because Arminta has enough. You can just do this. I'll give Arminta those other boots. Or I guess it's... wait. Not these. Whose boots were they? Oh, it was Mort's. You can do this. Think here, okay, Charlotte. Then we're rolling for Robin, and I guess Surin kind of exists. I don't think she's very good, but oh, unfortunate. Well, I guess that's $30 saved. On the bright side, you can spend that $30 elsewhere. Milky udders. Yep. Still gonna buy 20 of them. Hello, hello. I mean, if you want to buy the skin, the $30 for the skin is way cheaper than how they normally price skins. Yeah, they make skins way too expensive. Oh, I kind of want Hazel faster. Kind of do want her to go first, so we can get attack buff on everybody. Okay, what if I, like, use this? I don't know. Something like this, I guess. We'll see how this goes. Pretty close to maxing that out.
좋은 물건이 많아요. 마음껏 둘러보세요.
Yeah, I mean 150. You have a lot of time before Rift ends. Rift ends in like months. Clary's not really that used, so nothing lost there.
뭘 파냐고? 또 방문하시게.
Yeah, there's unfortunately not really any sort of real usage for that unit. Which SCs are worth chasing? Hazel. You can check here. I might have to. Oops, that's not supposed to go to both chats. Oh wait. Okay, wait. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy that. Move that over to the YouTube chat. You can check the SC guide there. I might have to move Carrot up because Carrot's gonna be pretty useful in this rift, I think. Alright, we're almost there. Okay, what happens if I start clicking around? Will they... Can I summon yet? Oh, cool. Oh, they're not going to give me the pop-up? Charlotte drop rate, this is useless. There is no maintenance. Robin is in the game. Aldra. Ocean Vial. Ugly artifact. Pomerancy's pretty good. Stella Harpa. Oh, hey, we got it too. He has a lamppost. Why? Oh, it's part of the background. Okay, not bad. Let's gear up Robin real quick. Let us level her up. Reflect. Ocean. Level up. You can wait if you want, but I feel like basically you're just waiting to see if you can like one-shot Rift without her is what you're waiting for pretty much. Actually, do I need to mull this? I do. This I need to enhance check chances. Oh, I'm running out of catalysts. We'll skip this one for now. Alright, I have to gear her. Oh my god, get out of my face.
내가 누군지 모르는 걸 보니
Hit pity, but 3 artifacts. I think if you hit any artifact on your way to pity, you consider it pretty lucky, honestly. But this artifact's kind of bad. This artifact is pretty bad. Guess we might as well use it, though. Man. What if I just do this? I have to do some of these manually because some of the gear is still equipped. Oh god, I have so much effectiveness. I kind of want her slower. How do I pull that off? Oh, whatever, I don't care. What alternatives do we have? It's just any attack boosting artifact, right? I'll just plus 15 this is what it is. Cool. Let's go to Rift. False Authority, a Calypton. Let's select our sets. We can do this. This account is, I guess, PvE, so we'll do this and this. Rift controller. Oh, they give it to us on RC1 now. That's very nice. Very, very kind of them. Okay, okay. Vampirism, okay, skill 2. Okay. Okay, skill 2, okay. 1. Start with 15, start with 15. Max Shackle. Extends burns. Okay, it's only burns. The final effectiveness chance, does this mean that it doesn't ignore F-res, it just make it 15%ed? That might be what this means. Increases burn and bleed damage via Rift Controller, but This is not damage dealt, this is damage taken, right? We have to test that again. Bleed sucks, because bleed has half the damage of burns. Alright, I need to check something. Oh my god. Bleed is half the damage of burns, so there's not really too much point in using bleeds. That's why I think Surin is so bad. Like, if you're using Surin, you're halving your damage.
장난은 끝났어. 애송이다. 새로 만들어줄.
Oh, I want Robin faster than Carrot, I guess. No, maybe the detonate is kind of sad because you kind of detonate before the shackles stack up. So I guess I'm reapplying like right here. Could be worse.
한 번에 끝내주세요.
이제 푹 쉬어.
치네.
당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝.
You summon for Robin. If you want, if you're like really like poor on bookmarks, you can wait a few days and see if, because I'm going to rush RC, what's it called? I'm going to rush RC 21 and see if you can clear without, or one shot without using Robin. It'll definitely be easier if you use Robin though. Why aren't you following me? Good question. That is a question you should be asking yourself.
아프잖아.
어머나, 상황을 보아하니 제가 이
Might have only been YouTube.
간다. 아프잖아. 애들 장난이고.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
Alright, I should stop being cheap and give Carrot her damage reduction rune.
장난은 끝났어.
I definitely do need Robin faster than Carrot though. True. Who even is Jagon X? Let's see, Carrot is... It's annoying because my gear is so scuffed. Carrot is 217. Yeah, Mirror unequip. If they didn't announce it on Stove, then it's not happening. Let me see something real quick. So this. Wait, if I do this, reforge the boots. Mayor S2 proc isn't blocked, but then you have to go effectiveness on your Mercedes, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to reforge this too. Then Carrot will stop being cheap. We'll give her the... I'll give her the damage reduction one. From over here. One-shotting, so this rift is... So usually I would say you one-shot for friendship farming, but I don't think you can one-shot... I don't think you can friendship farm in this one, which kind of sucks. The speed thing, we'd have to see. We'd have to see how the, we'd have to see how fast or slow it is.
한 번에 끝내주세요.
특별히 고안하는 대책을 보여드리죠.
There wasn't Marinox solo, it was Wukong.
이제 푹 쉬어.
Fending solo was popular because you could do it from RC1. You could just instantly start doing it.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없어.
타올라라. 바이바이.
Oh, yikes. Why am I dead? Didn't die last time. Interesting. Okay, we'll stop being greedy. Let's do this. Yeah, Renock for Hall.
괜찮아. 이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
The solos are also popular just because they're easier to do. Like, they're easier and sometimes they're faster.
대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다. 실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
치네. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
어머나, 야! 많이 뜨거울 텐데. 어쩐가?
Yeah, Fennes was just popular because you could just solo from RC1, and it was the highest damage method. But once you hit RC21, it was faster to run some teammates with her to apply Death Break and stuff.
서둘러주세요. 상황을 보호합니다. 제가 이길 가능성이 높군요.
My tuning's a bit awkward. Which one even is the third one?
한 번에 끝내주세요.
Third one is hit her while you're buffed.
알죠. 이제 푹 쉬어.
조용히 살고 싶었는데요.
제로 만들어줄까? 바이바이.
Maybe Carrot is griefing us. Hard to tell.
빨리 치워버립시다.
간다.
특별히 고안하는 대책을 보여드리죠.
Let's get the first HP bar over with so we can start looking at some damage comparisons.
몰라요. 짠!
애들 장난이고.
당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다. 실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
Yikes, that is so much.
뜨거울 텐데. 어쩐다.
Oh, whatever, I'll just do the 2 runs. Hello, hello. I need to summon Robin on my main too.
괜찮아.
서둘러 주세요.
한 번에 끝내주세요.
급하답니다.
My damage is so bad because my gear is so bad.
알려드리죠. 이제 푹 쉬어.
Yeah, those burns do nothing, huh?
알죠.
장난은 끝났어.
Definitely once your RC starts going up, you start doing way more damage.
타올라라.
I'm also pretty sure you want to be, like, a lot slower.
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다.
Damn. Okay, great. We hit RC2. Now let's start looking at some damage tests. Let's put in Mercedes first.
치네. 이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
Oh, that's kind of awkward. Okay, let's see, let's see. This is the annoying part of having no gear, is I can't really tune anything. On this account, I'm sitting on Helmet on this account, and I just, I don't want to craft. The crafting is so much work.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까? 불신 개방하라.
있잖아.
몰라요.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없어.
많이 뜨거울 텐데. 어쩐다. 어쩌라. 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 어쩌라.
Damn, Mercedes kind of slaps. Oh, that is awkward timing. Damn, instantly 50% injured.
이제 푹 쉬어.
Which one is the third one?
조용히 살고 싶었는데.
Okay, AoE's debuffs, buffs.
새로 만들어줄까? 바이바이. 서둘러 주세요.
간다.
서둘러다. 어머나.
Ah. Okay, so a single bleed to 26k. But Mercedes is doing like 37k per S2.
균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지.
애들 장난이고. 치네.
빨리 치워버려. 역할이 좀 해볼까? 어쩌라.
해야지 그랬어. 내가 할 말이
가올라라.
Let's see how much damage the... I guess we're not gonna find out how much damage the burns are doing. Oh, oops, I didn't yield fast enough. You're gonna pity? Unlucky. Let me screenshot this. This is the Robin Hazel Araminta Mercedes team. Did roughly this much. Now I'm going to waste my energy real quick. You don't have 600 bookmarks? Unlucky. I haven't rolled on my main yet. I got it on my ult pretty fast, which means I shouldn't roll on my main today, because, you know, the RNG, it's split between accounts. The thing is, I think at RC15, maybe RC8, you could try Robin solo. RC15, you might be able to Robin duo. Let me read the boss's skills while we're at it. Oh, it's unbuffable.
쉬나 싶었는데.
Okay, he's immune to pen, of course, and immune to decrease CR. How does the fight even work? Basically, he's got this 1, this 2, and the 3. I wrote this down somewhere.
끝났어.
No, the stacking debuff doesn't really matter. So basically, he has this 1, 2, 3, and you have to
많이
hit him with like certain conditions to flip it from a buff to a debuff. The one is
아프잖아.
hit him with 4 AoEs to flip the 1 to a debuff. Hit him 3 times while he's debuffed for 2. And then hit him while you're buffed for 3. That's pretty much it.
서둘러주세요.
They made burns do a bunch of extra damage in this fight. Like, when your RC goes up, instead of just increased damage dealt, you also get increased burn damage. And this thing here, the Shackle, increases damage dealt by burns too, so burns just happen to do a lot of damage in this fight.
역할이 좀 해볼까?
조용히 살고 싶었는데 말이야.
They did some really funny things with the devices though, I'll show you after this run.
뒤로 만들어줄까? 바이바이.
One RTA season? Well, like half an RTA season. All the old players got Charlotte built too. Gale Wind! This rift is like heaven for the people who, like, for all the old players pretty much that play RTA. We are so back. Wow, my timings on that third authority are so awkward.
애들 장난이고.
That's why, okay, there is one thing I'm curious about, because the thing... I have to do a couple of runs with and without Araminta's Detonate EE, because the thing increases damage dealt by burns, and I've been detonating my burns so I can apply more. Not sure if that's better or worse than just letting it stay on for a bit.
내가 할 말.
I'll try a run without the EE and see how it goes.
가올라라. 바이바이.
This was worse than the Mercedes run. Okay, wait. Yeah, this is my new account. Context, this is worse than the Mercedes run because my Charlotte gear is ass, I think. It's probably equal to Mercedes if I had to guess. Okay, let me show you the devices. There's no world where Robin's not best in slot. There might be a world where Robin isn't necessary to one-shot. Let's look at this. When assigning one unit, increases shackle on the enemy by 6 and increases crit chance of all allies by 100% and crit damage to max. This is such a funny device. You don't need to do Bloodstone because in RC8 you get Vampirism. So like the Robin solo devices are like, okay, it's this one, right? You get max crit chance and crit damage, so you start vamping for like everything. You start out with max stacks on the boss, and then you also get this one. Every time you use 2 AoEs, you decrease skill cooldowns by 2 turns. So you can just S2, S3, S2, S3, S2, S3. This one gives her Vampirism, and then also this makes her S2 extend debuffs. The Robin solo is going to be so funny. Like, I'm pretty sure the boss just kills itself when it presses F3. Robin solo is definitely going to be possible. The only downside to this rift is you can't friendship farm. Kinda sucks. They should make it so, like, when only assigning one unit that has more than a certain amount of combat power, because I want my units to just die. Let me friendship farm Smallgate, damn you. Yeah, I'm probably gonna spam leaves on this account. Just rush RC21. Though, okay, no, I'm not rushing 21. I'm stopping at 15, and then I'll go 21, because you're gonna do so much extra damage from the, You do so much extra damage from having higher RCs. I think I could Robin solo or 2-man at 15, so I need to stop at 15. Rift always gave friendship. Every single Ice and Fire, every single Ice and Earth unit I have, besides 3 stars, are all friendship 10 because of Rift.
장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
새로 만들어줄까? 바이바이.
Hello, hello.
빨리 해치워버립시다.
간다.
The very first Rift didn't. That one we couldn't afford the friendship farm, so I don't even remember.
이잖아. 애들 장난이군.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
이잖아. 조용히 살고 싶었는데.
When Demons collecting mod swords.
바이바이.
Okay, maybe we don't detonate. That is a pretty big damage swap. Let's try the Mercedes team again without a detonate then. The thing is, okay, this team jumps a lot in damage after you hit RC8 because of the whole Charlotte thing. How side stories work? Which you have to build Charlotte? Wait, no, wait. Was this my second run? Why did it say 10 to retry? That might be my second run. Okay, the damage still sucks on this. You don't have to build Charlotte. I think you just use Mercedes. Pulling Robin, I would kind of... If you are very, very low on bookmarks, you can wait, like, a couple of days. Because I'm going to try and hit... I'm gonna try to hit RC21 within, like, a week. This did 27. And that did, like, 25. Okay, Detonate might be better. Which side stories, Theo? The, like, the Book of Memories ones or the rotating ones? Yeah, no, Araminta banner is kind of funny. Cecilia works, I just think she's kind of pointless. Because you don't, like, you only put Charlotte there because she AoEs and actually does damage. Cecilia's not doing damage. Kind of just a waste of a slot. 2,400 what? 2,400 gold? No, 2,400 bookmarks? That's a lot.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠.
2,400 bookmarks? That's like 4 pities? That's a good amount.
많이 뜨거울 텐데. 어쩐다?
Oh, so the character ones, you just do them whenever they're up. Like, you clear them out, get your catalysts and like other stuff from the shop, catalysts, bookmarks, Molagora, charms, and then every 2 weeks you just swap it out and do another one. It's just really efficient farming, pretty much.
서둘러 주세요.
Oh, that Soulweaver one's kind of integral to make it so you consistently... Okay, I see.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
장난은 끝났어. 애송파.
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 타올라라! 바이바이!
No, the only thing that gets affected there is, like, the stigma gain and gold gain, I guess. Because AP and side story, like the currency drops, are two separate things.
치네. 한 번에 끝내주지.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠.
This is my best run so far.
이제 푹 쉬어.
조용히 살고 싶었는데.
20 pulls? Huge! You're set for summer! You've got all 4 pities ready for your summer.
어머나.
Robin... Which one is... What was I doing? Robin Arcare. I have no idea what we're attacking. I'd rather not think about it, to be honest. Holiday Euphine, I think she's kind of awkward. Because... I mean, she's usable. I mean, this is RC2. This rift jumps a lot in, like, ease of clearing as you go up.
있잖아. 애들
계획대로군요. 당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다.
친해?
알죠.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없어.
자,
아프잖아.
What gift set does Robin want? You just want her to give her a bunch of attack. How much? Yeah, and 105 effectiveness.
서둘러주세요.
I've had my team for this planned out for a while, so I'm kind of just running the teams I've been planning over the past few days. Yes, you can use Mercedes. I'm gonna be testing Mercedes in a little bit after this. This team in particular is not looking too hot, though.
친해?
어머나,
이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
Dual Uzis? Uzis are fantasy, come on.
아프잖아. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이.
Who is inting here? Any... or you mean like why this team is doing so little damage, or just in Fire Rift in general? This Rift in general, I think any bleed unit is inting. I think if you're using bleeds, you're kind of trolling.
보여드리죠.
Live Abyss fight? Live Abyss fight after Rift ends, because I have to keep on pushing Abyss.
몰라요.
친해?
Yeah, we can have dragons, but we can't have Uzis? Come on, man.
한 번에 끝내.
Where's the equality at? What do you think? I think Holiday Euphine is honestly, like, not even worth mentioning. I don't see how Holiday Euphine is any better than something like Carrot.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없어.
Man, Robin's so cool.
분석은 모두 끝냈습니다. 알죠.
Not fantastic on the damage. Oh, 1 second. Let me screenshot this. Right. Is it better to pop the burns? That's what I'm checking, because one thing with popping the burns is you free up space to land more burns, pretty much. That's like one potential thing. Let's try this team now.
있잖아. 애들 장난이고.
How much do I think? How much what is needed?
빨리 해치워 버립시다. 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 공포의 시야 개방하라.
친해?
걱정하라. 걱정하라. 어머나,
조용히
Let me see. Book of Memories. You can go back to them later. Book of Memories, you can keep them open. The only thing for Eulogy is just if you're actually going to farm Eulogy, keep it like, don't close it. How much F? 105.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠. 서둘러 주세요.
간다.
고맙습니다. 자. 몰라요.
괜찮아.
블레이저.
한 번에 끝내주지.
Wait, this team kind of slaps. Why is this team doing so much damage? Jesus. Mercedes might be OP.
괜찮아. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
Why are we doing so much damage? Holy.
당신에 대한 분석은 모두
Wait.
끝냈습니다.
Did I start this? Was anybody paying attention? Did I start this at max HP or no? We did not start this max HP, right? It had to be I wasn't paying attention and we didn't start this max HP. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, we didn't start this max HP. Okay. Wait, let's redo this then. I'm just gonna redo it.
치네.
빨리 해치.
70%. Oopsies. Okay, let's try again. I mean, you don't have to use Mercedes. I think this rift is literally just do Robin, Hazel, and whoever you have geared.
한 번에 끝내주지.
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지.
What other notes did I have? Check how much damage Hazel takes from S1. Okay, I can delete this.
몰라요.
착하게 살.
Check if Robin can solo RC1 with Bloodstone.
내가 할 만한
자.
Hmm. Hazel.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠. 서둘러 주세요.
간다.
고맙습니다. 어머나.
There are replacements for 107. They're just kind of annoying. Like, the replacements are like Red Tenebria. Robin, Ball, Meru, SC, Hazel for RC1. Probably. I think Ball is like... Ball is not fantastic, but I guess he exists.
괜찮아. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
You need AoE? Yes, you need AoE. Meru already does proc here.
모두 끝냈습니다. 빨리 해치워 버립시다.
This is RT2.
몰라요.
이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
Ooh, I forgot to do a couple of things.
구하는 귀책을 보여드리죠. 계획대로군요. 어쩌라. 어쩌라.
조용히 살고 싶었는데요.
Honestly? Oh, this is the best run I've had so far. Not sure how much of that is third RNG though. But like these runs are all close enough that I can kind of just say, yeah, these runs are all close enough I can kind of just say it doesn't really matter. This team with Araminta instead of Carrot. I did 67% when I did that, Araminta over Carrot. Rift, it's not that bad. Trust, it's not that bad. Oh, oops, I went one too many. Yeah, I'm also thinking solo or duo at RC15. Replace Ball with Carrot if you can, yeah. Does Robin need speed? I think you want a little bit of speed, but mine is too fast. I just don't have gear. Mine is too fast. You probably only want her like 200. No, this is not my main. My main would be doing more damage, because I don't have gear on this account. Let's check this run first, yeah? Show all my builds? Yes, I'll do it a little bit. This is a heavy stamina sink? Yes, but it doesn't matter because... So, you farm Rift for gear. It doesn't matter that it costs 40 energy if it's over twice as efficient for gear than hunts, right? The end result is the same. I'll show all my builds after. Oh, you're so true, Bubek. You're a genius. $105 effectiveness. The thing is it's actually really easy to gear. It's really easy to gear right now because... Holy shit, what am I saying? It's really easy to gear right now because you can just get the Robin gear in the Showdown event. Even if you can't clear Rift. I think bare minimum, you can clear Rift with like 3 or 4 entries, and it'll scale. Like, the thing about Rift is the more Rift you do, the easier it gets. 235 speed. Slow her down if you get more attack if you can. You do still want to follow, like, speed tuning and stuff, but for the most part, you don't need, like, that much. I would slow her down more and give her even more attack. I think the gear in the Showdown shop technically works for both. Yes, you don't need Araminta, you can just use Robin. Do you need Robin's artifact? Not really. You can just give Robin like any damage boosting artifact. Or not damage boosting, any attack boosting artifact. Like Frantic Flight could be worse, that's like a potential option. The Showdown gear works for both Renock and Robin. Renock is just weird because Renock you don't like actually care about the effectiveness, but You can't... Like... The thing is... Wow, this team does 0 damage. You have to consider that, like... Yes, Rift is auto. You have to consider that, like, casual players aren't going to clue in on, like... Casual players aren't going to clue in on things like, oh, like... Flat stats are actually good because, like, you look at, like... Even, like, veteran players don't value flat stats properly. Because you see people, like, telling people that, like, you just toss out any low gear score gear when that's actually not true. The best team so far has been, funnily enough, Mercedes Carrot. It's been Mercedes Carrot Mercedes, which is kind of funny, but... Warrior with Junkyard Dog? I mean, that's just Holiday Yushin here, right? Let me see. Yeah, I'll show all my builds in a second. I'm just making sure I tested all the teams that I want. Oh, there's one more team I want to test. I'll show all my builds real quick, though. Let's get Robin back in here. Robin, this. Plus Charlotte. This is with no detonate. These builds aren't good, by the way. Like, they're too fast. This should be slower with higher attack. Is everybody moving faster? I don't remember people moving this fast. Oh, it's because I'm on 2x speed. Because it's the end of the battle? Okay, let's get out of here. That just looks weird to me. That's so funny. But yeah, this is my Robin gear. I could probably stand to reforge some of this. I'll reforge it later. But yeah, this is my Robin gear. This is Araminta. For Artifact... I don't know what to do for Artifact. If you have Etika Scepter's probably good. This is Mercedes, just on her DPS gear. I think the Mercedes is kind of skewing some of my runs because my Mercedes is probably the best geared unit out of all of my units. So I think Mercedes is somewhat skewing some of these runs just because she's geared better than everyone else, but... And then this is Carrot. I would say every single unit I have is a little bit too fast and should be slowed down. And then this is Hazel. Yes, 105 effectiveness. What's our team? I'm looking at it right now, Vic. But okay, for you, Vic, because you play RTA, you're just doing... Just do Hazel, Robin, Araminta +1. And your +1 can be like Mercedes or Carrot. Doesn't really matter. You can't slow her down? I feel that. I can't slow my Robin down either. This Rift is old player heaven. All the units are just like old RTA units. Charlotte, Araminta, Carrot. Front. If you're using Charlotte, you put Charlotte front. Otherwise, you put Hazel front. Effectiveness, 105. If you need, like, PvE gear, just use the Showdown gear or something. Charlotte damage, yeah. Candlestick Hazel? You could Candlestick Hazel, but I don't think it's necessary. You'd probably go Rod or something. I'm pretty certain Cern is garbage. I will literally build this character and find out, though.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
Ow.
착하게
Where's my alerts? I don't have alerts. I don't know how to set those up. Thanks for the sub. Sub but no follow? I'm just tossing money out there. Thanks for the follow, Vyro. Wow, you have the founder badge now. Vic, the builds are pretty much what you'd expect. Like, Charlotte, you just go damage. The boss doesn't do that much damage. Hazel sustains you fine. And also you have your self-death buff. Also, you know how, like, I don't know if you've ever noticed, Grift always had 50% death pen. It doesn't happen to Night Heroes. So, like, Charlotte can literally go full damage, I'm pretty sure. And then the, try Rod, and if you don't need the healing from Rod, then give her... If you don't need the healing from Rod, then just use, just give her, like, a attack boosting artifact. Like, I don't know, give her, like, Super Duper Water Shooter or something. Rift does not give EXP. Pyro, just use Mercedes. Or Carrot. Or both. My new account, I haven't rolled shop. I haven't, like, actually spent any of my Sky Stones. Carrot? I would give her a little bit of bulk just because she's on 3-star stats, right? Her 3-star stats are going to be awkward. Yeah, okay, no Detonate is really cringe. Detonate is definitely the play. Hazel gives 10 effectiveness. I completely forgot about that, though. Good call. I completely forgot that Hazel gives effectiveness. Is Robin PvP viable? Great question. Let's find out. I don't have food mirrors cooked. I don't have tag health on this account, it's doomed. Robin's just kind of annoying because you need a book holder. Fire Dingo? Fire Dingo inflicts bleed, right? I think every bleed unit sucks. I do not think bleed is good for Rift. Right, speaking of bleed, let's build Siren so I can assert the fact that bleed sucks. Okay, let's make sure I have enough runes. I'm good. Bihu. I didn't test Bihu, but I don't think he's going to be that good. What artifact on Robin if you don't have her signature? Any attack boosting artifact, probably. Put Surin in the... Okay, I will say, in fairness to Surin, Thurin doesn't actually become any good until RC8.
더 정진하겠습니다.
But I'm confident that even at RC8, she's still going to be pretty bad.
더 정진하겠습니다.
Big sources of Skystones, mainly Arena. I think I pitied Diane on this account. I pitied Diane and then I hit, Yes, Frantic Flight probably works. Let me skim Ranger Artifacts for you real quick, Sil. Also, oh god, what do I gear this dog-ass unit with? I'll just temporarily take Carrot's gear, I guess. Well, let's just take Armin's gear, whatever. We'll give it back. Promise. Philo? Oh. I don't know, I was reading it as Sil 0. Sil 0. That's all. Yeah, I'll have like 50 teams for this, so don't worry. Wind Rider. Okay, I will literally use Charlotte. Like, I don't think this is very good. Did I use it on equipped scrolls? Haha, I did not. I completely forgot about that. It's okay. I mean, like, this account I'm not playing that seriously. I'll just spend some time in Eulogy or whatever and just waste the gold. Free-to-play hero, do Mercedes Carrot. Cern extends the authorities, but the problem is... Ooh, that is a lot of damage. Bleed does not do a lot of damage.
빨리 해치워버립시다.
Bleed is half the damage of burns. You're kind of briefing your damage.
균열 너머로 허무의 지저까지.
Ow. Do you need to Mola Robin? It would be useful. I'm trying to think what your bare minimum for Molas is. Oh god, my sustain is not good. Okay, I'm giving Hazel Rod. You probably want 100% burn chance on S2 and then -1 turn on S3. Bare minimum, get the -1 turn on S3.
서둘러주세요. 갑니다. 부탁합니다. 몰라요.
I'm giving Hazel Rod. I don't actually care that it's like not free to play for this specific setup anyways.
개방하라. 각오하시죠.
Can you await the YouTube video? I'll probably... 12. The good thing is, I spent the time to figure out the fight before Rift even started, so I had every single team I wanted to use already. Robin? I think Robin is like... Oh my god, everyone died. Robin is like niche PvP, and... I'm guessing she's gonna be kind of niche PvP. And then also just Rift. Derp, what do you think about Fumir Cleave? What do you mean? You can do Renock, Robin, Fumir. Boom. That's 3 units right there. Sounds OP. And Fumir can hold Tag of Hells for your Robin Soul Burn. we need like 2 or 3 Bandprot slots, but if we just get the 2 or 3 Bandprot slots, it'll work. 6 prefit. I was thinking, like, I'm going to send it down Arena and Guild War with, like, Renock, Robin, Fumi, or maybe DKS, and I was thinking, like, I don't even know what I can use that into. It sounds so bad. Emma Aura, damn. Team with Robin. I'm checking. This is my final team I'm testing, and then I'm gonna start doing the video probably. This is mildly scuffed because my gear on this account is so bad, so I think Charlotte is kind of like a weight because my gear is not good. Like, Charlotte is getting unfairly dragged here, I think. I'm going to do the video live, but then I'll just edit a bit off stream. Because in the video, I'm still going to, like, explain, like, everything. At work today, I typed up everything I was going to do for the explanations for unit usage and stuff, but since it's, like, useful, I'm just gonna say it on stream. Lunala, basically I'm testing a bunch of stuff, but so far, it's really just, like, whatever you have built. I don't think any veterans need to build new units for this, because it's literally Robin, Hazel, and then you pick 2 out of Carrot, Mercedes, Araminta, and Charlotte. Yeah. This Rift is old player heaven, because those were like all meta units at some point. Every single unit you use in the the secondary slots are all X meta units. Kane? No, because... Yeah, no, Kane's not that good, because you have the S3, but then his S3 does 0 damage. Yeah, I mean, that was expected. They gotta sell the unit. Thanks for the follow, Lunale. You got all the big boys in here. Okay, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. How about I do this? Let's see. Let's do it like this. Let's sort by fire. We've got Charlotte, we've got Araminta. We've got Robin. Let's swap. Mercedes. Hazel. Barrett. Where's Surin? Where's this dog-ass unit? Surin. Bihu? I did not bother testing Bihu. I think Bihu's just not great. I don't see how Bihu is better than Mercedes. Let's clone this element like 50 times. Clone this over and over again. So, okay, let's do it like this. This had 73.08% remaining. The lore behind this boss found the guy who skipped the 7th world lore. What the? Or the 6th world lore. Detonate works fine. Detonate's actually good in this fight. This is the Charlotte Araminta team. .36%. Hazel's needed for sustain, yeah, at least for the early RCs. Was it by K-Run? I thought that was by Noward. Hazel Araminta Carrot, clone. Oh, I didn't mean to delete that. K-Run Tenebria. Okay, this was the Charlotte one. This one is Araminta Carrot. Mercedes Carrot is, let's do this, 61.34%. Mercedes Carrot. Araminta Mercedes is 1. This one had 67.07% remaining. And then we had one that was Carrot Charlotte. I had one more with Charlotte down here. This one's Araminta. Both of these are Mercedes. No, do not refresh. Robin, Hazel, Carrot, Charlotte. This one had 69.51% remaining. Robin and Slow Hazel only? No, not yet. I was going to. I think Robin Hazel 2-man is kind of rough, but we'll see, we'll see. I'm actually kind of curious. I think it's rough in the sense that it's hard to get enough turns in because all your CR pushes are blocked. Like, I don't know if you get enough turns in is the problem. I'm on RC2. Hello, Babu. Yeah, because like I was thinking about this, and I was like, I just don't think you get enough turns in. I'll write the device. The best team for RC2, it's weird because like I need to have a big disclaimer that the gear on this account is not very good. But my best team was literally Carrot Mercedes. I did do burn device for the Surrend run, you're right. I should redo that. Why am I not playing on main? Because I don't care if I waste Lolas and other stuff and gold and whatever on this account.
한 번에 끝내주지. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
서둘러주세요. 급하답니다.
아프잖아.
Yeah, the account is just for testing.
이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
I will say, given that it's been half the turns and we haven't done half, or I guess there's half its HP.
친해?
This does not look fantastic. Tamarin, it's...
착하게 살지 그랬어.
One Tamarin doesn't attack buff you at the start, and Hazel also gives Gab.
주실래요?
This thing blocks dual attacks and also blocks CR pushes, so... Okay, this is not good. Let's swap the device over and we can redo the bleed one.
서둘러주세요. 갑니다. 급하답니다.
Yes.
균열 너머로.
Yeah, I mean, they have it in Earth Expedition, they have it here, not too surprising.
몰라요. 파멸한.
Hang on, hold on. My bigger problem with Surin is I don't think Surin works for the two-man later. Because, the two-man devices, it specifically only says burns. After a knight in the front row uses an attack that targets all enemies, extends burn effect inflicted on the target. It only says burns. The Avenge Pop Arties, we don't know. Historically, no, they don't come back. Like, I don't think Frantic Flight is very good, but also, it's probably never coming back, so...
계획대로군요. 갑니다.
Yeah, Dux Noctis would be pretty good depending on your team.
각오하시죠.
Honestly, the damage on this is better than I thought.
서둘러주세요.
So I think a good part of that is also just double AoE kind of carrying.
몰라요.
Okay. This is 74.85%. Frantic Flight or Candle? It might be Candlestick. I think Candlestick is really good for this fight. It's just I don't have a lot of Candlesticks, so what you gonna do? Hello, Sin. Well, controller early. If you have Robin, it's the if you have Robin, it's the debuff extension one. Okay, I want to check some things real quick. Dingo? I don't like Dingo that much. I don't like bleeds that much in general. It's because bleeds only do half damage. Let's do this one more time. Working Rift teams? There's like a billion different Rift teams. It's literally just Robin Hazel and then... It's literally just Robin Hazel and then however much, whoever you have built, really. Yeah, Mercedes does way too much damage. Like all my highest scoring teams are using Mercedes. Oh, oh, my armament is ungeared. My armament is ungeared, I completely forgot. Oh, are we still on the bleed? Hold up. Is it worth building a attack set? Probably not. I'd rather just use broken set.
빨리 해치워버립시다.
No, this is also on rod, whatever. This thing doesn't matter.
이제 푹 쉬어.
있잖아.
어머나.
조용히 살고 싶었는데 말이야.
제로 만들어줄까? 바이바이.
Robin's on the wrong... She's on the wrong E. Or Minta is on the wrong E, rather. Let's also give her Candlestick for this. Actually, yeah, whatever. Let's swap her E. Detonate. I think Detonate's good in this fight.
실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
I feel like this is a bit awkward, right? I should probably re-gear it so that Robin has more
장난은 끝났어.
Robin has more attack than Araminta.
타올라라. 바이바이.
간다.
How much speed does she need? Probably like 200 is enough. You might be able to get away with being a little bit slower.
서둘러 주세요. 부탁드립니다.
230? I mean, okay, you can make whatever work. I just think ideally you would be higher attack, and you would ideally you would trade some speed for attack, but use whatever you have gear for.
이제 푹 쉬어.
Robin, is that your team? Yeah, Robin, Carrot, Mayor, Hazel. Carrot was doing better than Araminta for me. I think that changes at RC
내가 할
15 was it though, when she gets the burn device?
어쩐다?
치네. 있잖아. 애들 장난이고.
빨리 해치워 실력 발휘 좀 해볼까?
치네. 조용히 살고 싶었는데요.
The left one, the one that extends debuffs on Ranger S2 is gonna be the best one.
바이바이.
This literally did less damage than my other run. Whatever. Charlotte sucks. Charlotte sucko. Let me check something. Yikes. Okay, let's... If I reforce that, it's gonna change everything, though. Let's swap Charlotte's sword back. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had too. I do think I'm losing out on a bit of damage from having the tuning be like this, though. Just 22, 19. Robin's artifact. I think it is best in slot, but not to an extent that, like, really matters that much. This is 14, 19, 22. It's about even. It's just Araminta has higher base attack, huh? Even factoring in the artifact? I don't even have an artifact on her. That's annoying. I'll deal with that later. Let's do a couple more carrot runs.
서둘러주세요.
한 번에 끝내주지.
급하답니다. 상황을
Oh, the gap goes into Mercedes here. That's fine.
제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지. 어머나,
장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
걱정하라. 걱정하라.
아프잖아.
당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다.
This was my best team so far, yeah.
아프잖아. 이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
The boss animations are very nice. I love the S3.
치네. 조용히 살고 싶었는데 말이야.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠. 서둘러주세요.
간다.
떠납니다.
Yeah, Robin would say Robin and Rod. I don't. The thing is, you can get away without using Rod.
치네.
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 빨리 치워버립시다. 걱정하라. 걱정하라.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없다. 아프잖아.
Yeah, pretty much.
걱정하라. 알죠.
쭉.
63%, not bad. It means that it's not subject to 15%. Yes, I think Robin can solo at RC15, maybe RC... Or I think she can solo RC21, maybe RC15. We'll use this one. The other one was probably Candlestick RNG. If you don't have Rod, you can use Celestine. Any healing artifact. Any healing artifact. This was one run, yes. Because one run plus my gear is really bad. PvP Robin, if you have 105 effectiveness, you kind of need 105 effectiveness. Thing is, okay, like, realistically, like, your speed tuning isn't gonna cost you that much damage. But yeah, my Hazel's not even molded. Like, I think Hazel's best in slot is probably going to be, like, Water Shooter. I think, yeah, Water Shooter. Water Shooter's going to be her best in slot. Okay, optimal team is hard to say because the hard thing is, like, so once you get to RC8, suddenly Charlotte becomes a lot better. Once you get to RC 15, Araminta gets a pretty big buff here. But the thing is, once you hit RC 21, it's just a Robin solo. So I feel like you don't actually care that much about, like, whether or not you're... I feel like you don't actually care that much about, like... What is the word? About, like, small efficiency gains early on in Rift, because you're just rushing to get the later ones. Okay, let's do video, I guess. My skill trees are not all maxed out. I'll show my skill trees when I go over their stats. Let's make it didn't test probably sucked here. Somebody said Dingo. Dingo's going in here. early on, I'll try at RC8. I'll try RC8. One shot at RC8? Don't know. I think it would be gear reliant. The thing is this is kind of a lot. 40% extra, 40% extra burn and bleed damage is kind of a lot. It depends. I need to test this. I'll test this on Chubby Boomer. I'll test this on Boomer because this increased damage dealt is actually damage taken, which means this is an even larger damage increase than you would expect. But if this is increased damage taken, then RC levels are going to increase your damage by so much. What if I'm trying to think. I can check the VOD. Let me check the VOD real quick. Because I did a couple of runs at RC1, right? Let's check the very start of the fight. Okay, 2 burns from Carrot, and 3 burns from Robin. Two Carrot, 3 Robin was 6... 16430. And I guess I'll just check here. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong team. Oh, we landed 4 burns. I'm taking her artifact off. Actually, damn, I can't take her artifact off. I need the attack. Oh, whatever. I can just math it out. Wait. Wait, let me see something. Oh wow, and the boss also 15%ed the initial one. Huh. $22198. Let me also just... Okay, I'm gonna do this. Oh, okay, well we resisted there. What if I do this? If I just... Oh, if I detonate, it'll be extra, though. Oh, that's annoying. I'm trying to get a count. Let's see if I have any comparable artifacts. How much attack is this? This is 147. This is also 147. Cool.
어쩌지? 난 이런 거 못하는데. 서둘러주세요.
몸좀 풀어볼까?
급하답니다.
애들 장난이군.
답을 찾을 때로군요. 상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높군요. 한바탕 날뛰어볼까?
Oh, this is with the extra carrot burn, right? Oh, that's annoying. Hold up. Oh, I wish there was a way for me to just prevent this debuff from happening.
있잖아.
누군가 도와주면 좋을 텐데.
오랜만에
몰라요.
재밌게 한 번에 끝내주지.
그동안의 성과를 특별히 보완하는 대책을 보여드리죠. 시작해볼까?
Can this boss not 15% stuff?
치네.
Oh, I was not paying attention there.
있잖아.
함께 해주실 거죠? 빨리
I'll just roughly estimate off of this.
싶었는데.
후회하실 텐데요. 당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다. 어디 덤벼봐.
2229.
도와주실래요?
Two 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 nine is 3 carrot. How about if I just get a single run where one of them gets 15%ed, I can know my damage. Cool.
어쩌지? 난 이런 거 못하는데.
몸좀 풀어볼까? 한 번에 끝내주지.
그동안의 성과를 특별히 보완하는 대책을 보여드리죠. 한바탕 날뛰어볼까? 이제 푹 쉬어.
19567.
함께 해주실 거죠?
19567. What is this? 19567 minus 16430. 6. 20% increase. Why 20%? Why 20%? Maybe 40%. Why did it only go up 20% then? I don't have any other sources of... Yeah, why did it only go up 20%? That's weird. Well, either way, let's put this in. Wait, no, that only stacks with Shackle. I don't remember what my original question was anymore. Oh, if it's damage dealt versus damage taken. Hard to say. For my best run, I'm only RC2 right now, but I did like 60... I had like 63% left or something. If you have better gear... I know, I already had Arminta, or I already had Mercedes as the best in slot here. I was just testing something. I had Mercedes like an hour ago. I'm 62, nice. I mean, it'll just scale better. Like, eventually you'll two-turn. Eventually you'll just two-turn, like, just off of raw Rift levels. Because somebody here said they were two-turning at RC3 with this team. Yeah, that works. What RC are you? That team works okay. If you have Carrot built, you can swap Arminta for Carrot. Otherwise, just use Arminta. It doesn't really matter that much. It's the same build as Arminta, really. It's just attack and effectiveness. With Candlestick, or Edika's if you have it. Okay, let me think a bit. Let me think a bit about what I want to say first. I have a lot of it typed out, but... Oh yeah, what do they call it? They call it something different every single time. Forms. Dimensional forms. Let's edit the section. try a run? Did I remember to try a team that doesn't have... I did not. I forgot to try this. Okay, this is the final run we're testing.
신해?
누군가 도와주면 좋을 텐데. 서둘러 주세요.
애들
급하답니다. 블레이저! 어머나,
장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
걱정마라. 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 야! 잊지 마라!
This is not looking too hot.
무리하구나. 빨리 해치워 버립시다.
잖아.
균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지.
한 번에 끝내주지.
105.
알죠.
조용히 살고 싶었는데 말이야.
걱정마라. 잊지 마라. 서둘러 주세요. 부탁합니다. 몰라요.
간다. 신해?
걱정마라. 블레이저!
이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
Detonate. Detonate's a bit awkward, but what you gonna do?
신해?
Well, hey, good thing we have a revive.
계획대로군요. 걱정마라. 걱정마라. 잊지 마라.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없어. 아프잖아.
어머나,
어쭈.
Could be worse. 68.13? Wow, okay, yeah, it's literally just use whoever you have geared. Huh. Yep, use whoever you have geared, and Mercedes is OP is the conclusions I've drawn here. How's it going? Pretty good. Like, okay, let me pull up the listing. This is all of the runs I did so far, and it's like Mercedes is OP for sure, and like even though Carrot's like the thing is like this is HP remaining, by the way. What is this? Plus 4 HP. The thing is, because Robin just solos, right? Robin solos at RC21, maybe RC15, maybe RC... I think you get Robin duo at RC15. Like, I'm pretty sure Robin plus Mercedes duos at RC15. But RC21, you're for sure soloing with Robin. Like, even if Carrot's the best in slot, I think Charlotte might pass her at RC8. But even then, it's like, you're still two-shotting, right? Does it matter? I think even if you would start one-shotting at RC8 with Charlotte, I think you'd rather tank the energy loss than fucking build Charlotte. Because, like, it's Charlotte. I don't think we want to build Charlotte. But yeah, the main conclusion I've gotten is Mercedes is OP, and it doesn't matter who your last slot is, use whoever you have geared. It is kind of funny how, like, the cost... But these two are about even. Like, Charlotte definitely passes Armament at RC8. Also, this Rift is funny because you want, like, infinite candlesticks. These were the non-Robin teams. Not fantastic, but could be worse. Charlotte gives you a big boost at RC8, right? I think once you hit RC8, you're for sure two-shotting with the non-Robin team. Not sure about one-shot, though. My Mercedes was on Magic for Friends. Challenger probably works fine. I have to roll her on main. I'm probably going to do like a proper run on main to see how much damage I can do at RC2, and this was just for testing. One second, let me skim my script real quick. Good night, have a nice sleep. I took a nap before Rift started. DY. Good night. RC2 one-shot team? Sorry, man. I don't know if we can do that one. I'm actually kind of curious if you lower their speeds enough what happens, but I'll check out my main after this. Does Hazel need specialty change? Ideally, yes. Okay, no, Hazel needs it for sure. Archon, I was thinking about it. I think Robin's kind of rough because her S1 is only one-turn debuffs. I don't see how she's better than Suthin, but she's probably usable. I think you give... I think you give your mages Etika Scepter, and then you give Candlestick on everybody else. Or if you run out of Etika Scepter, then give Candlestick. Hazel, I don't know if you even go Candlestick. I might just go the attack boosting artifact. Welcome to the Rift Season 4 guide. This is primarily going to cover your best options early on in Rift, because as you do more Rift, you'll gain these Rift controller levels, which let you unlock a bunch of dimensional forms. And these forms can drastically change your team building, because they'll make your units a lot stronger. Like here, we have stuff that boosts knights. And then also, specifically for this Rift, you'll have some devices that only work if you only have 2 units or only 1 unit in there. And this one also only works for rangers. So as you get higher control levels and do more Rift runs, it'll get easier and easier for you to clear Rift. And especially since we're going to be doing solos or duos at the end, this means that a lot of the units we're using are just going to be temporary until we get higher RCs. Looking at the devices, it seems like Robin should be able to solo pretty easily at RC21. It might be doable at RC15, either Robin solo or just Robin duo. With that in mind, I think besides Robin and Hazel, you don't need to build the best in slot units. You should just use whatever you already have built, because you would be building units to use them for a pretty short amount of time and then just stop using them once you hit higher RCs. In this case, it happens that the best units, at least at RC2, happen to be the cheapest ones, but even in this slot here, because free unit, cheap to build, Robin on banner right now, and also just the best in slot unit. This slot here, whoever you have built already for here would work between all of the different options. Grace of Growth is also available, of course, so you can opt to put the unit in there until you hit RC21, but Grace of Growth does not work for specialty changes, so do keep that in mind. I went over the mechanics in my previous video, but to summarize, we're going to need attacks that hit all allies, we're going to need to hit the boss while it's debuffed, and we are going to need to be buffed and then attack the boss. Also, burns and bleeds have their damage greatly amplified by this shackle effect, which also increases damage taken by AoEs, as well as the Rift Controller increases your damage dealt by just attacks in general and also burns and bleeds. The boss also has a lot of 90% damage reduction against single target attacks, so you kind of do really want to be using AoEs. And then okay, we can take a break there, and then let's maybe I'll go over the teams first. Candlestick over her own artifact? I was thinking about that. I'm not sure. I feel like Candlestick is better just because every time you use S2, it's kind of broken. This was the HP remaining on Rift after I did a run with all of these teams. These teams were done with my new account, so the gear on the account is not fantastic. I will do a run with what I consider to be the best team on my main, just to see the damage potential on it, because I'll have better gear and be able to tune stuff better. One thing we're considering is Mercedes is probably the best geared unit on my account out of all of these units, just because of the way the free gear works. But even with that in mind, Mercedes does more damage than Charlotte, I'm pretty sure. The best team that I found was, assuming you're using Robin, Mercedes and Carrot had the best damage together, I think. One thing is because of the way devices work, is these two units are going to get boosts at some point. So there's Charlotte, who's a knight, and Araminta, who's a mage. If I swap back here, we can go to the devices. Charlotte gets a boost at RC8, increases her damage dealt more for Shackle on the target, and then Araminta gets burns on her S2. So they do get some slight boosts once you hit RC8. But like I mentioned, because this is just a temporary thing, at RC15, or Araminta gets hers at RC15, and by RC15 you might be Robin duoing. So even if they do end up passing Carrot, especially because here we're almost a 2-shot here, with better gear and a higher RC level, just off of the damage boost from the controller level alone, we would be able to 2-shot. So I don't think it's really worth building Charlotte, even if she passes Carrot at RC8, just because of how expensive she is. But Carrot had the best damage out of these three at RC2. Araminta was second, and Charlotte was right after, though these two are pretty much neck and neck. Whoever you have built, just use them. Like, if you have Araminta built from that one RTA season, a couple seasons ago, then you can use her over Carrot. It's not going to be the end of the world. Or if you are a super old player, and you have Charlotte built from when Charlotte was super OP, then you can use her too. It's going to be fine. And since Mercedes just outdamaged everybody in all of my tests, I would say you probably want to be using Mercedes. If you don't want to use Mercedes for some reason, these were the other teams that I tested. Robin, these all assume Robin Hazel. There's Carrot Araminta, and then Carrot Charlotte was pretty much neck and neck. About the same as here, like Araminta and Charlotte did pretty similar amounts of damage. And then we also have Araminta Charlotte. For these runs where Araminta is by herself, you want to use her EE that detonates on S1. I'll go over all of their stats later, of course. But detonating is actually pretty good in this fight, which is one of the reasons I'm using Carrot. Because of the debuff cap, Detonate just lets us clear up more space to land more debuffs. And I did a bit of testing for teams without Robin. The Surin team honestly did better than I expected. Bleeds are really bad because they have half the damage of burns. And bleeds are 30% of your attack, burns are 60%, so it's literally half damage, but I think Surin puts out enough bleeds that it kind of doesn't really matter. I use Charlotte here, even though she's a premium option, just because I was testing, and this damage was pretty good. If you don't have Charlotte, your options are pretty limited. It's like, I don't know, maybe like Ball and Sezin just for the AoE, because you need a bit more AoE besides just Mercedes. It does get pretty stuffed with without Charlotte, so that is one thing to keep in mind. Your damage is going to go down a lot. It would maybe Ball and Sezin, maybe Kana if I can find her. Maybe Kana, maybe Ball, something like that. So yeah, if you don't have Charlotte, your damage definitely is going to go down a lot, so this is a bit deceptive. I was using Charlotte because I did not think it was even going to do this much damage. So if you don't have Robin, it's going to be these two. I'll look a bit more in-depth at non-Robin teams later on, especially at later RCs with some of the later devices. But for now, it's just this. Surin does good enough. She also gets a little boost at RC 8 because there's a thief extension device, or debuff extension device rather. That is it for all the teams, and now we can take a look at everyone's stats. Terranor Guard. Terranor Guard's OP. First up, let's start off with Robin. Robin's just a staple on this team. Robin, this is largely the gear from the Showdown event, if you are watching this while it's still available. It's just going to be prioritizing attack with, I guess my Robin gear here has... Actually, wait, no, let's redo this, because I have to talk about how, one, Robin's base attack is pretty low, and also she's too fast, right? She's way too fast. And also she has too much effectiveness. Now let's go over all the stats I used for testing, and this will also tell you the general builds you want on these units. I say general because my gear on this account is not very good, because it's a pretty much brand new account that I haven't played that much. So some of the builds aren't optimal, and I'll mention what things I think should be fixed. Let's start off with Robin. We can start off with her skill enhances. You want the -1 turn on S3, specifically just for Rift. You don't care about anything else. Maybe at RC 15, because, or at RC 21, when you're looking to solo, the damage dealt nodes become a little bit more important, but it should be pretty minimal. -1 turn on S3, and then max the burn chance on S2. This bleed on S1 is relevant, but to save molas, I don't think this is mandatory. You could do it at Friendship 10 or something if you really want. Though at RC, starting from RC 15 maybe, or RC 21, you wouldn't be using S1 anyways. And then for her gear, the issues I think with this build is she's too fast. I don't think you need this much speed. And because I'm using her personal artifact, which gives me 22 effectiveness, I don't think, or this is too much effectiveness. You only need 105. Her base attack is also not the greatest, but if I could fix this, I would decrease her speed by probably 20 or 30, and increase her attack instead, and of course the effectiveness. And this is the gear she has. This might be harder to get if you're playing a bit later, because I got this all from the Showdown event pretty much, but It's just prioritize attack, and I did give her a bunch of speed, which she doesn't necessarily need. I had the speed on this for speed tuning purposes. Like, I think 200 speed is going to be fine. For her artifact, you can use her personal one if you want. I don't think this is actually the best in slot one. In my head, I think that Prophetic Candlestick is kind of OP in this fight. Though you might not have infinite Prophetic Candlesticks. So her personal artifact is honestly fine. She gets one turn burn every 2 turns and has the chance to extend it. So either her personal artifact or Prophetic Candlestick will both work okay. Only thing for Candlestick is once you hit RC 21 and you start soloing, because she has the Vice that makes it so she never uses S1, you don't really need Candlestick anymore, at which point I would either give her her personal artifact or give her some sort of attack boosting artifact, whether it's Warhorn or the Super Duper Water Shooter. Anything that boosts her attack would be fine. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Not really. But yeah. That's it for Robin. And then we should look at Hazel next, just because she's in literally every single team. Right, Hazel does give effectiveness. Good point. Okay. Maybe I'll do Hazel first then. Best Rift Pet. The best Rift Pet... I'll do Hazel first then. It's Equipment, Charm, and Reforge Mats. I'll do Hazel first. Now we can take a look at everyone's stats. Like I mentioned, this is on my new account, so the gear is not fantastic, and I think there's a lot of things in the builds that can and should be fixed. I'll mention what those are. We can take a look at Hazel first, because, wait, there was something else I was going to say, but I forgot. I mentioned earlier that this is on my new account, so the gear is pretty scuffed. There's a lot of things in these builds that aren't perfect, and I'll mention what I think should be fixed, but it'll still give you a general idea on how to build these units anyways. We can start off with Mascot Hazel, because she's going to be in every single team, at least for our early runs. Mascot Hazel, just give her some bulk and speed. Pretty much the speed is just for speed tuning. I just wanted to put Creator Attack buff up, and that was it. Her stats don't matter otherwise. It's literally just enough bulk to not die when she's frontlining. For her artifact, I gave her no artifact, just because of accessibility. But you should give her either Rod of Amaryllis, or Celestine, or Touch of Rekos, if you need the healing. Celestine, Touch of Rekos, or even Shamadra Staff if you're really desperate. Just anything that increases your healing if you find that you need it. If you don't need it, then you should give her something like Warhorn, or if you don't want to use up your Warhorn here, you can give her Super Duper Water Shooter or Cardiswell Miracles. And then I can show, well, her skill enhances. I didn't enhance her S2 and S3, which is why my healing feels a bit low at sometimes. If you max these out, the boss does not do a lot of damage. I think you'll be fine if you just have these maxed out. These are definitely worth enhancing with how much Hazel gets used. You can also take a look at her skill tree. For her skill tree, I took everything except for this one, just because you don't need the spell generally. The unhealable doesn't matter. The continuous healing is also not that relevant. It's also an RNG proc chance anyways. And this one increases the effectiveness. This one's actually probably worth picking up if you need it. I didn't, just because the way my gear works on this account, I overkill the effectiveness by a lot. But this gives you up to 10% effectiveness. So this could be really useful if you find yourself needing a bit more effectiveness. So I would say skip these three. You need to enhance them once to reach the later ones, and then this one depends if you need the effectiveness or not. Next we can take a look at Robin. Robin, she's going to be able to solo later on. Very, very good. For skill enhances, you want -1 turn on her S3. You don't care about the death break, at least in Rift. Maybe in PvP you'd want it. And then here you have the effect chances on her S2. I would say this is all you really need as a minimum. For S1, these bleeds do damage, but once you hit RC 21 and you start soloing, she's not going to be using S1 anymore, so this isn't really a long-term thing. You could get it if you want to, though. I don't think it's that important. And then her build, you're mainly trying to prioritize attack. It's just attack with... You need 105 effectiveness, though Hazel does give you effectiveness, so make sure to factor that in. A little bit of bulk, just because you're going to have spare stats. And beyond that, you don't need this much speed. Ideally, if I could change her build, I would make her a little bit slower, and move a lot of the speed into her attack instead. This is just because Rift gates you by your turns, not the boss's turns. So, as long as you're, like, moving fast enough, I think you'd rather just slow down and do more damage instead. It's a pretty minor thing, though. Definitely something worth fixing. You can take a look at the individual gear pieces here. One of the reasons I even sped her up this much with this helmet specifically is just because I was trying to speed tune some stuff, but you could definitely slow her down. And then for her artifact, you can use her personal artifact. I also think Prophetic Candlestick is going to be solid. It's just because Candlestick is honestly really good in this fight in general. Just because a lot of your important abilities on pretty much all of your units are on S2 and S3. You don't really care about S1 that much. So you're going to be looking to spam your S2s and S3s, and cooldown reduction is going to help out a lot with that. Once you hit RC 21 though, and you start doing the solo, because of the device that reduces your skill cooldowns, Candlestick becomes pretty useless, at which point you can either look to use her personal artifact, or you can give her something that boosts her attack, like Warhorn. Or if you don't want to use your Warhorn, Card of Small Miracles or Super Duper Water Shooter works really well. I don't play this account very optimally. Like, a lot of my energy just goes into random things, which is why I kind of have a lot of resources. I haven't built that much stuff or rolled a lot of gear either. Oops, that is the wrong chat. Robin's already? No, I don't think... You never chase artifacts. Do I move gear around a lot? On this account, yes. Though, I only lost my unequip pretty recently, so... Mercedes? Not yet. Yeah, pretty much. They were pretty much dead on. Next, let's take a look at Mercedes. For Mercedes, you can just run her on her normal DPS build. It doesn't... Okay, wait, I need some water. Some alternatives to her artifact, just give her Candlestick. I'm gonna go get some water. Catalysts, there's no specific way to like get them. It's just spam a lot of episode. I think RC2 with good enough gear, you could one entry honestly, and then or two entry rather. You could two entry at RC2 if your gear is good enough, and then RC15 you can one entry. I'm pretty sure. Epic Spirit Blooms, do episode or eulogy for Stigma, and then just convert it. Other two slots, you're going to want some combination of AoEs and maybe burns. It's worth keeping in mind that the debuff cap exists, so we can only apply 6 burns, but we can also just detonate the burns and then apply more. That's why I think detonate is actually really good in this fight, just because the boss doesn't really ask you to keep debuffs on it. You have to hit it while it's debuffed, so the other sealed authorities count as debuffs, and you only have to hit it a few times, and then you can just not debuff for a bit. So detonating it to apply more burns has been much higher damage from my testing, and this was the best combo for the other two units that I had. Mercedes being the most important one, I would say, and then this other slot. You can use Care, you can use Araminta, you can use Charlotte. Whoever you have built, just use them. Ideally, you want to minimize the amount of resources you're using here, because you're just going to be doing Robin solo by the end. Let's take a look at Mercedes first. Mercedes, you can just give her whatever normal DPS gear you're giving on her. This is like new player DPS set. She should have better gear, ideally. Though just with the way the gear works out, she's probably one of the better geared units on this team. or maybe the best geared unit rather. She does take the greater attack buff because of this immense power thing, giving her 15% attack, coupled with Robin's pretty low base speed or base attack. She does end up taking the greater attack buff, maybe if I split it, but even then the 15% probably covers this. But Mercedes by herself still does a ton of damage, very good unit, and being free and good in Earth Expedition and Nightmare Vera, very, very nice to invest in. For her artifact, Magic of Friends is an option. You could also do something like Call Aldra if you want, but Magic of Friends works fine for me. The boss doesn't block extra attacks, it blocks counter attacks, and this is not a counter attack, this is an extra attack. And then we have Carrot. So Carrot, you build her pretty much the same as Robin. I do think you want Carrot slower than Robin, just so that you can have, at the very start, you can have Robin apply her burns, Carrot apply her burns, then Robin extends, and then Carrot detonates. Is I think the ideal setup you want there. Ideally, I'd want Carrot a bit slower, probably more like 190 to 200, so I can also slow Robin down. And then, besides that, 105 effectiveness with a good amount of attack. You can see my gear is a bit not great here. If I had the gear for it, which I'm definitely going to try to do on my main, I think you can frontline Carrot. This Carrot is a little bit too squishy, but a bit more bulk on Carrot should be able to frontline, and we can get slightly more burns because of her S2. And then her artifact, if you have Etika Scepter, you should use Etika Scepter. Etika Scepter is just going to be a more consistent version of Candlestick. But if you don't have Etika Scepter, or you ran out, because let's say you're using Etika Scepter on Arminta maybe, you could use Candlestick on Carrot as well. I only have Candlestick on this account, so I'll be using Candlestick on her. This just lets her spam S3 more. For her enhances, it's just get the effect chances on her S3. If you find yourself needing the barrier on S2, you can, but it's not really that important. And we just take a look at her skill tree. For her skill tree, I grabbed these three just for the stats. And then this one, the CR push on her S1 actually doesn't matter, so you don't need this one. This one you don't need, it's just one unlock. You get this. This makes it so that her S3 has a 100% chance to land burns. And this one gives her a bit of damage reduction, which didn't let her go front anyways, but I picked this up. The important ones is just the ones that give stats, plus the one that makes her S3 100% chance. And she also has a nice little flat attack imprint for everybody. Like I mentioned, this is the best team, and this team does start consistently two-shotting. I bet you could do it at RC2 if you had a good enough gear. I've seen people say that it starts... I've had people tell me that they were two-shotting at RC3 already. So this is going to be the best team, but like I mentioned, with all of the... Whatever, I've said it like 20 times now, the Robin solos or whatever, so between Carrot, Araminta, or Charlotte, use whoever you have geared. And let's take a look at their stats too. So Araminta, I did not give her an artifact, but you should give her Candlestick, ideally, or Etika Scepter. Etika Scepter is going to be better than Candlestick, especially since Araminta is never going to be frontlining. And then for her EE, if you are running Carrot on the team, then use the Burn EE. If Carrot is not on the team, like let's say you're doing Araminta Mercedes, then you want to use the one that detonates burn effects. Her build, same as Robin, same as Carrot. You just want to have her with attack, 105 effectiveness, and a bit of speed. The bulk doesn't matter too much, but you're not going to have any other stats to put on your gear subs anyways, so you might as well just take the bulk. And then also her skill enhances. Her skill enhances is just -1 turn on her S2, and then the effect chances on her S3. I might as well flash her gear real quick. It's just, yeah. It's just attack and speed. And we can also take a look at Charlotte. With Charlotte, I gave her Victoria's Flag. Could use any damage boosting artifact, really. Her EE doesn't matter at all. None of these EEs do anything. Like, they're all useless. So just give her the one that gives her the most HP. But you also, honestly, don't need that much bulk because the boss's Death Pen on S1 doesn't apply to Knight Heroes. So it's not going to apply to Charlotte. This Charlotte is very scuffed just because of the way new player gear is. You don't have a lot of gear for units that guaranteed crit. Charlotte does not need crit chance. I put her in Grace of Growth because she's an actual DPS and I didn't want to spend all the molas on her. She's definitely a very expensive option. Kind of only usable if you had her built from years ago, I think. But she always crits, and I don't have a lot of gear that has no crit chance. So she looks very, very scuffed. With better gear, she definitely would do better damage, but because of how expensive she is, and all the units were pretty close, like I mentioned, I don't think it matters that much. But this is generally for Charlotte, you're just looking for crit chance, or crit damage and attack with a little bit of speed. And that's it for Charlotte. She's very easy to gear. First, she's easy to gear because she only needs a few stats, but you need to actually dodge all the other stats, so it can be annoying. That's it for the general Robin teams. For the non-Robin teams I tested, there was one I used CERN here with Charlotte, and like I mentioned, Charlotte is probably, what is the word, misleading for her damage numbers, just because Charlotte is kind of a premium option. Or likely you'd be using Ball, or I don't have Kana here, but Kana or something. But your CERN gear, I ungeared her already. Artifact, I just gave her some sort of attack boosting artifact. You can give her pretty much any attack boosting artifact, really, or I think you kind of end up at the cap, but you could give her Dust Devil if you want to, if you find yourself having situations where you'd rather have her S1 twice for extra bleeds. Dust Devil would also be pretty good. For her gear, though, it would literally be the same as Aramin, the Robin. It's just the attack ones with 105 effectiveness. Where is the boots? Something like this would work okay. Like, you're just, yeah, it's just a bunch of attack, 105 effectiveness with a bit of bulk. You might want a bit more bulk than this, honestly, but if you give Hazel, I didn't have my Hazel enhanced, if you enhanced Hazel, her skills, and also give her a healing artifact, this is probably fine. With like about 200 speed, maybe even a bit lower, is fine. That's it for CERN. That's it for everyone's stats. I'm going to switch to my main account so we can see, one, a better set of builds, and then we can take a look at the run with the best team. The other teams would all play out about the exact same. Okay, let's switch accounts. Yeah, high story stages or eulogy, it's just whichever one, like, works better for you. No, stream's not over. I'm just switching accounts real quick. RC3, nice. Alright, let's roll. Do we win Guild War? Ungeared. A classic. Okay, let's do some summoning. Might as well do my Moonlights too. Chorus? Alright, let's see. I started with 2301. $50. 60. Damn, we are getting hosed. Okay. That's not Robin. And can you not show me the 4 stars? Nobody cares about the 4 stars. Cool. Oh, exactly 100 rolls. I mean, that was pretty... I mean, I guess I was kind of unlucky we didn't get any artifacts, but could be worse. Damn, the range Mercedes beast. Range Mercedes, damn. Who am I looking for? Any 5-star. I need to toss a 5-star in here. Let's pick you, ugly. Sure, I'm not selling it. What does my Mercedes look like right now? Could be worse. I could Grace of Growth Robin. I'll just build her. Whatever. It takes so long to Friendship 10 her. Last time I didn't Friendship 10... Or last time yeah. Last time I waited for Benny to hit Friendship 10, it took fucking forever. Oh, whoops, I did not need the effect chance there. Whatever. I have a second candlestick, right? How do I have so much Mola? I don't build, like, flavor of the month units for RTA. Or PvP in general. Damn, I wasted some Molas there, because I should have waited for Friendship 10 to get this. Oh well.
앞으로도 저희 심부름 센터를 애용해 주시길. 앞으로도 저희 심부름 센터를 애용해 주시길.
Alright, let's gear. So... I definitely don't have attack set gear, that's not happening. Selection chests, most new players are going to have, or most like veterans have a billion catalyst chests. And then... Yeah, most veterans have a billion catalyst chests, and then beyond that, it's just, see something. Beyond that, it's just your, the runes I just spent a lot of time farming, because I don't want to ever be short on runes. I don't have enough effectiveness. Whoopsies. Completely forgot about the part where I need effectiveness. I'll reforge that. Yeah, all catalysts got converted. I guess I should look for hit set. Let's open my equipment storage. Get some of these hit set pieces out. Technically not a new player, the best kind of... Please, one-shot? Ambitious. I don't know if we're one-shotting, man. Whatever, I'll just 15 it. Not bad. Can we hit effectiveness 3 more times? Whatever. No, most people are in a charmed debt. Most people are in a charmed debt. I just have a lot of cunt mats I haven't crafted. Oh god. Yeah, that's the classic. Oh, and just like that, I have too much effectiveness already. Recommended equipment? I use it when I'm being lazy. No shame if you use recommended equipment. I do it sometimes. Let's try this first. 4214 though. 4214 with Mercedes getting 15%. Let's hop her over to team then. Candlestick. Carrot skill tree. Get the ones that boost her stats, and then get the one that makes her S3 100% burn rate. Damn, how fast was my Robin again? Go 6. It's hard to make Carrot any slower though. I think Robin wants to be faster than Carrot, which is why I'm trying to look at my speed tuning stuff here. The problem is I would literally need to be base speed. Like, whoa, this is too much attack, I think. 4490? How much attack does Robin have? Robin is 4-2. God, her base attack is so low. 4-2, 206. Yeah, if Carrot is slower than Robin, then Robin S2 is Carrot S3, Robin S3, Carrot S1. Okay, 4214 plus 96. 4310. 4310 is my limit. I think you just want Robin faster than Carrot. I think that's it. Attack shoes Carrot, maybe. I don't think you want Carrot that slow, though. Well, I'm detonating the burns anyways, right? Ooh, this is nice if I can get more effectiveness. There's also too much attack. Let's just look at effectiveness. I said 4310 was my limit, right? Perfect. I'll probably reforge these boots. Okay, let's not equip the helmet. Let's reforge the boots first. Okay, yeah, this works. I forgot Hazel gives 10 F. It's 105, but Hazel gives you 10 effectiveness that I completely forgot about when I was gearing this. god, I completely forgot about Hazel giving 10 effective. Guess I can't really do anything about it though. Dark Exped. I think Fene is better, but if you find yourself dying, Cermia does cleanse on S2. Fene's better overall, though. By the way, whoever was asking for a Rift Pet, you're generally looking for this one. Reforged Mats, Equipment, and Lesser Charm. I have 2, though, so I'll be using this one. Don't need a Guardian. You would prioritize damage. If your carrot isn't tanky enough to go front, you just put her bottom. But if she is tanky enough to go front, then you just put her front.
있잖아.
서둘러주세요.
한 번에 끝내주세요.
급하답니다.
Oh, we got resist so much there. What the hell? Oh, I forgot to give her a device. Yeah, I don't know either, because if it said ignore Ephra's, it would just ignore Ephra's, right? But if back said he got 15%ed, then carrot skills are off. Good point.
치네. 쉬나 싶었는데.
당신에 대한 분석은 모두 끝냈습니다.
Robin, +4 S2, +3 S3.
균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지. 알죠.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없다.
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 빨리 치워버립시다.
It's because if your carrot is faster than Robin, carrot S1 is gonna detonate the burns before Robin uses S3.
있잖아. 애들 장난이군.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠.
No, all CR pushes are blocked, correct.
애송이다.
계획대로군요. 상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다. 몰라요.
Ooh, boom, big damage. So now I'm on my main account. We can take a look at the Rift Pet first, because I actually have the proper Rift Pet here. The best Rift Pet is going to be this one. It gives Reforging Materials, Equipment, and Lesser Charm, with the Equipment and the Lesser Charm being the most important ones, I think. Reforging Materials being last. I have 2 Rift Pets though, so I'll be using this one. I swapped out Reforging Materials for Season Energy. In general, the Reforging Materials is more value. And then I'll show everyone's stats off real quick. Let's start off with Robin. Robin, I gave her Candlestick, and I have her tuned a little bit to be the highest attack. Actually, is she the highest attack? I was not paying attention. Mercedes might still be highest attack. Yeah, Mercedes still is highest attack. Man. Let's calculate it. So it is 3809 plus, what is it, 96 from Carrot times 1.15? She's 4490. That is ridiculous. Well, I can't drop her attack anymore. That also means I don't need to hold back on Carrot's attack. Hazel is on a, what is she on? Good question. I forgot to swap her artifact. I forgot to look at her gear at all, to be honest. Thanks for reminding me to even look at Hazel. You level up Rift Controller just by doing more runs of Rift. I think the 1-2 man might be Mercedes. Well, we don't know yet. Like, so we have to hit RC15 first. Ideally, yes, but like realistically, there is no way for me to drop my Mercedes' attack low enough unless I swap to like Rage or something. Like, I would have to go Rage Mercedes, I think. Otherwise, her base attack is just too, like... She just has too much attack. So the gap goes on Robin instead of Mercedes. I think it's kind of minor, though, honestly. Like, even this is still too much attack, right? It's too much of a pain. I completely forgot to look at Hazel's gear, though. You are so correct. So if Robin is 206, I want Hazel to be 217. Which, okay, I guess this works. Not changing her gear. Artifact. Warhorn works. I'm actually not using my Warhorn right now, so... Oh, Hazel also gives 96. Let's see how much damage this does first. Damn, nice. You definitely can't slow down, yeah. I think broken sets broken sets might just be the way to go too. Is Robin required? Probably not, but she does make it a lot easier. Well, why does Carrot have Gap now?
상황을 보아하니 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다.
I guess she has more attack than Mercedes.
빨리 해치워 버립시다.
간다.
균열 너머로 허무의 지적까지.
괜찮아.
걱정하라. 걱정하라.
이제 쉬나 싶었는데.
특별히 고안해낸 대책을 보여드리죠. 걱정하라.
착하게 살지 그랬어. 내가 할 말은 없다.
Oh my god, that does so much damage.
계획대로군요.
This is doing so much damage.
했습니다. 몰라요.
아프잖아.
걱정하라. 걱정하라. 블레이저!
애들 장난이군.
Well, that's a two-shot on RC2, I guess.
괜찮아. 장난은 끝났어. 애송이다.
걱정하라. 걱정하라. 서둘러주세요. 상황을 보아하니 급하답니다. 제가 이길 가능성이 높습니다.
That did... That hit so much. Okay. I don't think it really matters that much who has the gap. Pretty satisfied with this team, though. Can we solo now? Good question, don't know. Holiday Yufine? No, I don't think she's that good. Like, I don't see how she's better than Mercedes, per se. Dark Exped is kind of annoying. Well, I'm getting sleepy. We should finish this up fast. So I'm on my main account now. We can look at everyone's stats, but let's first go over Rift Pets. So your best in slot Rift Pet is going to be Reforging Materials, Extra Equipment, and Lesser Charm. With Equipment and Lesser Charm being the priority ones, I think Reforging Materials is the third most important one. So this should be your general Rift Pet with all S-rank skills. I have 2 Rift Pets just because I have so many pet tickets at this point. Mine also has, I have one that has Season Score instead of Rift Energy. It really isn't that necessary. The Reforging Materials are just way more valuable in the long run. But because I have 2, I'll be using this one. And now we can take a look at everyone's stats. Your Guardian doesn't matter. I should extend this to 30. First up, let's take a look at Robin. For Robin, I have her on Prophetic Candlestick, and you're mainly just looking to give her as much attack as you can while still reaching at least 95 effectiveness, because Hazel does give 10 effectiveness in her skill tree. I can't, like... I tried dropping her to 95 effectiveness to get more attack. I can't do it. So we're just going to leave it like this. This is fine. I'll show her individual gear pieces here. This is just max attack. This is not necessarily max attack. I didn't want to steal my crit DPS pieces for this. This is also just my best attack scaling bruiser boots. These are some of the hit set gear from the showdown shop, with just a random chest for some bulk and a bit more effectiveness. So really, this lot doesn't really matter. This could be more speed if you want to. And then next, let's take a look at Hazel. Hazel, I just wanted her faster than Robin. I don't think it actually, like, mattered, but maybe I slow her down to be just barely faster than Robin. Maybe it would give me one extra turn with a DPS at the end, but I already two-shot, so it's pretty minor. She doesn't need any F-res. This is so I can use her in Vera. And her bulk also doesn't really matter that much because she's not frontlining. So you can just give her enough speed to have her be faster than Robin so she can apply attack buff at the very start of the fight. Her artifact, I'm using Warhorn. You could also opt to give her Candlestick too if you have like 50 candlesticks. But any attack boosting artifact also works fine. If you don't have Warhorn, or rather if you're already using Warhorn, Super Duper Water Shooter is pretty good. 5% attack to everybody, and also 7.5 to 10 effectiveness depending on how much you enhance it. So this could even help you cheat even more effectiveness. Maybe I should use that on Robin and try to cheat down to 85. Let me take a look at that first. Actually, I'm too lazy. We're not even gonna bother. Okay, HM. Next up, let's look at Mercedes. Mercedes, I just have her on random destruction crit set gear. You could give her rage if you want, because the boss is pretty much permanently debuffed. Thinking about rage scaling, though, the boss already takes a ton of extra damage from... Let me check if this is actually... Is this damage dealt or damage taken? This is damage taken. Yeah, rage might work. Now let's take a look at Mercedes. Mercedes, I have her on her team imprint just because I wanted more attack on Carrot and Robin. You could just self-imprint her, it's pretty minor. Her gear is just random destruction crit gear. This isn't even really like my best destruction crit gear. This is just good enough to do Nightmare Vera and Earth Expedition, so this definitely could be upgraded. Rage set probably works. Thinking about the way the damage dealt versus damage taken stuff works, most of the stuff in this boss is all just damage taken, so Rage being a damage dealt mod should be pretty much full effectiveness unless they change something in the code since the last rift. For artifact, I'm using Magic for Friends. It activates, the boss doesn't block extra attacks, it only blocks counter attacks, so this works fine. And then yeah, that's pretty much it for Mercedes. Lastly is Carrot. For Carrot, I have her on Etika Scepter. I just find this to be... Or because once you pass a certain point, it's more consistent than Candlestick. Fuck, I need water. Man, I'm just talking too much. I think Shuri over Asaria also works pretty well. Yeah, Asaria is kind of unnecessary just because Brieg already death breaks so much. You want some sort of, like, support that does something else. ADS, Camilla, Shuri. Honey, true. I should get some honey. Normally I don't talk this much in, like, a single session, though. Lastly is Carrot. For Carrot, you also just build her with a bunch of attack and at least 95 effectiveness because Hazel gives us 10. You want her slower than Robin. This is just for speed tuning purposes. I've made it so that no speed RNG, she'll always move after Robin. Though, actually, I could shorten the speed gap more because it's 2 turns. But anyways, basically, you want Robin to S2, then Carrot S3, then Robin S3, then Carrot S1, so Carrot doesn't detonate the burns before Robin extends them, at the very start anyways. Beyond that, Etika Scepter is going to just do a bunch of things with Carrot's cooldowns, and Candlestick on Robin's going to change her cooldowns a lot, so it's going to change after the first turn, but at least for the first turn I like having this tuning. Etika Scepter is going to be Carrot's best in slot. You could also give her Candlestick if you don't have Etika Scepter. And then her gear, you can see here, I kind of just gave her a bunch of attack, some effectiveness, and then you do want a bit of bulk. You actually don't need that much, but a bit of bulk helps. Just to make it so you can have her in the front slot. If she's not tanky enough to put in the front slot, then just put her at the bottom and move Hazel to the front instead. And I have her plus 15 just because she's cheap. And I also had her plus 30 from back when she was good in PvP. But for her, I've gone over it already, but I'll go over it again. It's just these 3 ones that boost her stats. Plus this one here that makes her S3 100% burn chance is all that you need. The damage reduction here can be nice too. That is it for everyone's stats. Of course, we're using the Ranger debuff extension device, and we can take a look at the run and see how much damage we do.
괜찮아.
빨리
한
치워버립시다.
번에 끝내주지.
특별히 구하는 대책을 보여드리죠. 공포의 시야 개방하라. 몰라요.
조용히 살고 싶었는데요.
Carrot also increases F by 5%. What the fuck?
간다.
Probably not really worth the runes though. I did forget about that.
서둘러주세요.
쉬나 싶었는데.
급하답니다.
No! Our Carrot S3 was enough. So our Edicus procced, so...
괜찮아. 착하게 살지 그랬어.
I think it's really funny that they have all these, like, Rift bosses have these, like, tiny little cores because they can't have this giant boss in the S3 animation. It'd be really funny if we had a giant boss at the S3 animation. Battle info? Yes, I always forget that exists. Does battle info show properly, though, since so much of it is, like... Because so much of it is, like, burn and bleed damage. Does that, like, show properly?
특별히 구하는 대책을 보여드리죠. 균열 너머로.
Yeah, I have stats.
애들 장난이고.
We're not doing as much as last time. Still doing a lot, though. Pretty good question.
장난은 끝났어.
Second tab? Yeah. But the first one is like everything combined, right?
서둘러주세요.
We're definitely doing less damage than last time, but we're still, like, we're still two-shotting. We got 15%ed again. Rift Device is the first one, yes. So we did 55% of the boss's HP in our first attempt. On a previous run I had earlier, I did probably more like 60 to 70% of the boss's HP. Though here we had worse RNG, we got resisted a lot, and also you're going to have a lot of variance in your runs just off of Etika Scepter and Candlestick, but this is a relatively consistent 2-shot at RC2, so pretty satisfied with this team. And we can take a look at the battle results too. Let's take a look at damage. So, somebody did mention that Carrot's Detonate might be stealing damage from other people. I don't think Carrot. Carrot does have greater attack buff, but surely Carrot is not doing all of this damage by herself. Kind of hard to say, but Mercedes is still contributing a decent amount of damage. We can try swapping Mercedes out for Araminta. On my new account testing, Mercedes did way more damage, but I don't have Araminta build on this account anyways, and like I mentioned, because we're just going to be doing Robin Duo, most likely at RC15, and then Robin Solo at RC21, I'm not spending materials to build Araminta. I will be satisfied with my Carrot Mercedes team. But that is it for the Rift Guide. This Rift, honestly, pretty nice. Like, we got Robin, we're 2-shotting at RC2 immediately. This is pretty nice. I think the good thing is just, we have Robin, we have to roll her, sure. Mercedes is free, Hazel is Restar. Both of these units are used a ton of PvE, and there's so many rolls for this last slot. Garrett, Araminta, Charlotte. Funnily enough, all three of these are units past their prime in their respective RTA metas. Araminta more was like a peak. I feel like Carrot and Charlotte was stronger for a much longer time. But a lot of old players are going to have these units built, and we'll get to use them for a little bit longer. It's been a while since I've used Carrot. Anyways, next up, I'll push the Rift levels a lot more. I'll try to hit RC15 and RC21 quickly to see if I can one-shot, or at least start doing solos or duos at those points. But this is it for now. This is the starter early Rift Guide, and I'll see you guys later. You probably could. The thing is, I think Robin solo early is rough because you're not getting CR pushes is one thing. Like, I think it's hard because you're not getting CR pushes, so you can't like land enough hits to properly extend the or get like the authorities down, because a lot of your damage is coming from the authorities, like the shackle stacks. I think that's the big issue. Okay, I should sign off, edit this, put this up, go to bed. The 15 turn ones, I'm so happy with how they did the devices this time. It's like, the way they did the devices is like so creative. Because these devices are so funny. They're like, you have less turns, but you do more damage, so I sure hope you kill them. Nice. Yeah, Carrot Gaming. Carrot. It's always nice when I get to like use all these outdated units. Carrot, Araminta, Charlotte. I don't care about Araminta, but even if Charlotte's not the best, at least she's okay. Let's see who's online. I should make a Discord server or something, but I'm so damn lazy. Hey, Our boy Vic Chun is live. Thanks for coming, guys. Happy rifting.
기대하세요. 상상조차 못했던 최고의 워터파크를. 누가 날 상대할 거지? 난 끝까지 싸울 거야. 널
You go right
인도하겠다.
here, bro.
끝낼 때는 검을 뽑을 때가 왔네.
Feeling my sword. Scar those in our way.
Aiden buffs. You gotta EE. S1 EE.
I'll take your life. Can you even reach me?
It'll be over before you know it.
I've warned you, haven't I?
Guess I could use a warm-up. Let a girl have her piece, will ya?
The survivor of the Karoons. I won't ask.
Bro, FCC is about to throw back 900 fucking buffs,
Don't
dude.
need my excuses.
Yo, Sil000, thanks for the follow, bro.
In this world, nothing.
Let's get it.
Grant your wish. You do understand what happens.
His team has C, it sure does.
What is it you desire?
Is your Aiden base speed? No, it's 200 speed.
Is under my control.
Someone tell this guy Dilibet exists, for real though.
I'll do what I can.
Yo, this guy's getting fucking... Yo, wait, this guy's legit terminal.
Full thrust.
This is it. I will not give in to despair.
살아간다는 건 고통이죠. 이곳이 당신의 나만이.
Can we get a Fumir game? Yeah, I'll gear Fumir in a second.
Fear of protection.
Oh, wow, I tanked that shit? That's crazy.
Don't worry.
Was not expecting to tank it. I won't lie.
You have weakness all over.
Wait, I trolled. If I get countered, I lose. That was like such a waste of damage. Whoops.
Despair. Focus.
Trick plan. Yay!
Like I'm everyone's piece.
Best. Time to end our twist.
Okay, let's go gear Fumir.
발표, 명령.
Looks good, bro. Don't ask me why my book's not max. I don't have enough.
Offer me treasure.
Wait, we're 2 wins in a row with Robin first pick.
Right when I was about to get
Yo,
bored.
five more NPCs. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go!
완벽하죠.
Vic found the tech, bro. I don't know if I can call it the tech, bro. I don't think it's tech. I think it's called we're fighting bots.
Right when I was about to get bored.
We are fighting bots, man. If you put a real character, like a real person here, we're insta FF, dude. Yo, guys, queue up. I'll PayPal you. Done. If you think about it, if I PayPal each person $5 for a Robin debut, but I make $30 from
What do you know
a Robin
about
video,
me?
and I get paid $25, then actually gain $0. Wow, genius mode. Holy, holy, that's genius. You guys want to see a Dilibet?
Shall I attack?
You are who exactly?
Isn't Belly Band really good? Nah. But then you make SG money and they hire you for casting. Let's fly. Bro, they might ban me for fucking PayPaling people to make a YouTube video to gain $0. Like, the math ain't mathing, guys.
I forgot to
The
stop the
math
stream.
ain't mathing. That's all I gotta
I'm
say.
supposed to be done for today. Why am I still live? I'm gonna re-raid Viction. I forgot to stop the stream. I cooked up Lucira. It's Mercedes Carrot. It's just Mercedes Carrot, Robin,
To get out of my sight.
Mercedes Carrot, Robin, Hazel. You need to build... You need
I
to
just wanna
build
say,
Carrot, not
Alexa,
necessarily...
Masara Town, I
If
fucking
you
love
have
you
Carrot
guys.
built, you should
Je
use her.
t'aime.
Otherwise, it's
Masara
Carrot,
Town.
Araminta,
Je
or Charlotte.
t'aime.
Whoever you have
Je
built, use
t'aime.
them.
Give me the power of the Fumier, s'il vous plaît.
Anyways, yep,
Merci
I'm
beaucoup.